Calling the meeting of Nevada Irrigation District Board of Directors open for November 18th, 2020. We have some changes to the agenda for the public who may be join us. It looks like we've got quite a few. We will be taking the water planning projections that will follow item 8 instead of item 11. We will be going into closed session immediately, and we anticipate that, Dustin, to take about an hour. Is that correct?
That would be my estimate, yes.
Okay, and then we will come back in to open session and then begin with the resolution of appreciation for Director Wilcox, take public comment, and then the rest of the agenda will follow. So with that, I will declare us into closed session and ask you to rejoin us in an hour. Thank you.
Public comments, Director Heck? Public comment on items?
Well, no, we were going to do that after. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, public comment for any items on the closed session agenda. If there's anyone, please raise your hand or press *9.
Pledge allegiance.
And seeing none, we'll close comment for those items in closed session and recess into closed session at 9:06.
Great, thank you.
Now we get out of this and we close out of this.
Yeah, now do we redial in, you guys?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Chris, you have sent us, Chris Tepanian, you sent us all
the numbers.
Yes, you should have the numbers. You should have the numbers on your latest email, I suspect.
And if you need assistance, contact Jeanette. They're ready for you.
Okay, it's not on my agenda. Where should we find it?
It was emailed to you yesterday with the amended agenda.
Oh, I'm sure it was. I'm just asking quickly now for everybody. So I have.
It's in an email. I'll run and resend it to you since it's closed session.
I have an email from 12:14 yesterday afternoon, and then one at 12:34, and the email at 12:14 gives this.
We will resend that right away.
I think that's a good idea. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
There were several with. You're going to send it to our NID email.
Amanda, so how do I get back into Zoom?
Go to. Okay.
Okay.
What do you want to?
They need to disconnect from Zoom.
So, board members, we need you all to disconnect from Zoom. And you had just received an email with the phone number to dial into.
I can't see you in here.
Chris, we need you to disconnect from Zoom.
He doesn't need to, I'll put him on hold,
Oh,
and he has a hard time.
forget that.
So.
Forget that.
All right.
Another question to ask Lisa about, we just got new cards for that Cal Star or Hydrologic.
Okay. I've got you guys on and unmuted whenever you're ready.
Great.
Okay. Do we have everybody here?
Yes, we do. That's on by audio.
All right, Director Heck, show's yours.
All right. So with that, I will close the closed session and open the open session. It is 10:29 a.m. and we will have a report out by our counsel on the closed session items. So please go ahead, Dustin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The announcement is that direction was given to legal counsel on the three litigation items that were discussed in closed session.
Okay, is that it?
That is it.
Okay, great. Next, we will move on to a resolution of appreciation for Director Nick Wilcox for his many years of service to NID and our community. And who has the resolution to read? Is that going to be you, Greg?
I do have it, and as a matter, I will stand for this.
Yay!
Director Wilcox,
That's a
I am
great.
holding in my hand your resolution of appreciation. Director Wilcox has served on the board of NID since 2008. Director Wilcox, you have graced NID over these years with your extensive experience in the water industry. As a retiree from the State Water Resources Control Board, you've retired as a supervising environmental science in the Division of Water Rights, and your experience with the Bay Delta systems and processes is unprecedented, and we have been fortunate to have you at NID. We all will miss your enthusiasm for the district, your knowledge of district operations and our system-wide processes, your kindness and your support to district staff, and your understanding of the California water rights and NID's place within the complexities of its system. I, for one, have enjoyed working with you, Nick, and wish you the best of luck in the next chapter of your and Amanda's life. From all of the management staff at NID, thank you for your service to NID. Here we have resolution number 2020-22 of the Board of Directors of the Nevada Irrigation District, resolution of appreciation. Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Nevada Irrigation District does hereby express appreciation to Nick Wilcox, Director, Division 5, for dedicated public service to the Nevada Irrigation District from December 10th, 2008 through December 4th, 2020. Passed and adopted on this day, signed by your fellow board members. Thank you, Nick.
Indeed. Thank you so much.
May I say a few words?
Please do.
Okay, well, I just wanted to acknowledge NID staff. Working with staff over the years has been a great pleasure. I find the staff to be hardworking, professional, and overall just a pleasure to be around. And so thank you for all that you guys give to the board. And I want to especially thank Ron Nelson, Rem Scherzinger, and Greg. It's been a pleasure working with you guys over the years. You guys are the best, and I will miss you. So thank you very much.
Very nice. Very nice. Well, thank you, Nick. Boy, the community and NID owes you a great debt of gratitude. So thank you for all that you've done. Sure appreciate it. And I know everyone agrees. Are there other board members who'd like to say something? Chris, it looks like you're trying to say something, but we can't hear you.
Still can't hear you, Director Beerwagen.
He's not muted.
Maybe you're muted on your end.
Try *6 to unmute.
Maybe try *6 on your phone, Chris.
While we're waiting for Chris, I want to thank Nick for his years of dedicated service. It's really a hard job to do, and the community and everybody appreciates and with your knowledge. Oh, Chris is talking. So thank you, Nick, and best of wishes to you.
And do we have Director Beerwagen yet?
Gotta reconnect his phone.
Director Beerwagen, your phone must have been disconnected, I believe. Maybe try to reconnect. Well, I think
Okay.
we can come back and he can state something if he wants to speak on his
Right.
behalf. I think at a
We can
future
come
point.
back to him.
Sure.
Okay. Director Miller, is there anything you'd like to say? I saw him just a second.
I spoke last time.
Yeah, you did. Okay. All right. Well, if that's it, then Director Beerwagen, we'll come back to you when we get your audio working, and we'll move forward with the agenda for public comment on items that are not on the agenda. We have 42 attendees. So if someone would like to say something, please do it now. Raise your hand or press *9. Okay, one more time, last call for comments for items not on the agenda. Okay, seeing none, then we will move forward to the consent agenda. Now, with regard to the consent agenda, we are going to pull item 7, which is the revenue bonds, and that will be done at the end of the meeting. And then I would like to pull item 6, and I'm told that due to time constraints, we'd also want that to be at the end of the meeting. Did I get that right, Greg?
Not at the end of the meeting. The 7 will be done first, but the items, you said you wanted to pull 6?
Yes, please.
Then yes, that will be placed at the bottom of the meeting of the general orders.
Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of what I meant, but you said it better. Thank you. Are there any other changes to the consent agenda? Chris, it looks like you had your hand up.
Still can't hear you.
Chris, we can't hear you. Chris DePanion, can you call him and maybe bring him into your?
Yeah, we're
That already is.
working on it on the backside. Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. Gosh, I kind of want to wait. He definitely wants to say something, or maybe Greg, you could put him on your speakerphone or something. We're trying to take a moment here to get Director Beerwagon's audio.
Okay, we might have figured this out.
Okay. Would be
Director
good.
Beerwagon, if you can raise your hand on your phone.
I've got him, I know his number. I'm asking him to unmute, star 6.
Okay, star 6, Director Beerwagon, we have your number. Director Beerwagon, star 6 on your phone.
Now he's muted.
There.
You hear me
Okay.
now?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good.
Oh, thank you, Danette. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I didn't get to comment to Nick. Are we still doing that? Or are we done with that?
I think you can do that now.
Okay, I just wanted to give him my sincere appreciation for mentoring me and encouraging me to run for the board, and mostly the mentoring about the knowledge factor that he has that I so much depended on. I just really appreciate that and look forward to being able to still do that even though he moves to Colorado. So thank you, Nick, and thank you for all you did for the district. It was highly valuable, and we appreciate it very much.
I'm just a phone call away.
Thank you.
Okay. So
And it doesn't violate the Brown Act.
Director Beerwagon, so the call was if there are any other changes to the consent agenda. We've got 2 items that are being pulled. Is there anything you'd want to say about that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, very good. All right, then we'll entertain a motion for to approve the balance of the consent agenda, items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Do we have a motion of approval?
I so move.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion second. Is there public comment on any of these items of 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 on the consent agenda? Seeing none, can we call for the vote, please?
And I have my second as Director Wilcox, just to confirm. Laura, you're muted. There you go. Okay, Division 5,
Aye.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 2,
Aye.
Division 1.
Yes, aye. Okay, thank you very much. Now, I know, Greg, you had is this the point at which you wanted to take a brief recess as the Joint Powers Authority and open that up?
Not till after
Prior to going into general orders?
We'll,
Because it was a time certain issue with JPA, I think.
yes, Ricky, if it's okay, if you're ready to go to item 7, we can do that now, and we can have staff introduce it.
Okay, very good. Then staff will go to item 7, revenue bonds.
Good morning, board and staff, members of the public. Marvin Davis, the finance manager. The item before you is requesting adoption of a couple of resolutions. These are resolutions that are going to authorize the sale of the bonds in a negotiated approach. Also, there's another item, the actual contract of the bonds being purchased by a specific underwriter. And as you know, this item was, the authority for this was granted back in October. So the board decided that this was an acceptable approach to sell the bonds. We did have a competitive RFP sent to about 7 or 8 different underwriters, and we had two of the underwriters came in and competed for the bonds. So we did have a competitive approach in that regard. And so what I'll have, if you have questions, or even if you just want to have an overview of what happens next, I'll have bond counsel kind of go through it. Yeah, go through it and indicate the steps next. And then the advisors, they're in the line as well. And so they can also weigh in perhaps with the savings that we're looking at today. So they'll probably give us an indication of how much we're looking at today.
Okay.
John.
So it will either be Doug or John that will kind of go through the steps we're looking at for this resolution and this bond contract.
I promoted Laura to panelist, and you, Robert, for,
Yeah.
not finding John.
John,
or either Doug. Oh, there we go. Yeah, John is there. Okay.
Good morning, Robert.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Sorry, just something happened to my computer. It just rejoined. So I apologize for that. Is there a specific question?
If there may not be a specific one, but what I was going to have perhaps bond counsel or even Robert could do it, kind of go through the steps that we're looking at to actually have the underwriters purchase the bonds, and then obviously what would be the ramifications if they couldn't resell them, and things of this nature, you know.
Okay. Okay, well, good morning, members of the board. I'm Robert Poor, Executive Vice President with Fieldman Rollap and Associates, and we've had the honor of being your municipal advisor for several years. So the next steps will be, well, let me give you a little bit of history. You know, we received the audit in early November. We've performed due diligence on it, both Stradling, which is your bond counsel and disclosure counsel, and Fieldman. We've gone through the numbers. We had some questions with respect to your water sales and some operating expenses. So we've worked with Marvin and we've got clear pictures of why things changed. So we understand that. We're updating the disclosure documents, which is called a preliminary official statement. We're working on finalizing that to incorporate the 2019 financial results as they appear in the audit, and then working on the forecast because there were, changes to the numbers in the audit that were different from the expectations that were given to us earlier in the summer, which would be expected. And then not wanting to risk your AA+ rating, we're going to set up what we call a bring down call with Standard & Poor's to make sure they reviewed the disclosure document. They see the changes to the audit today in comparison to what we gave them in the summer. We just want to make sure that there's no changes to your rating, which is a primary driver of the interest rate that you'll pay on the bonds. Today, we're asking you to just adopt the form of the agreement between the authority and the district and JP Morgan so that they're quote unquote officially hired to sell the bonds. And then once we've worked through the credit process, again, we don't think that'll take as long as the first time. We think we'll be in a position to price in early December.
When you say price, does that mean go out to the market?
Yes. So at that time, we would expect to hopefully, post the POS or provide, well, that's a technical term, sorry. We'll provide the investors sometime at the end of November or very early December, the preliminary official statement. JP Morgan will use those to market the bonds to investors and then sell the bonds shortly thereafter.
Okay. I have a specific question, but I'll wait. Do other directors have questions for him? Okay, I don't see. Oh, yeah, Laura?
Yeah, you mentioned that there were primary changes to water sales. What was that?
There were, I believe, water sales were about $1 million less than what was forecasted in the summer. Is that right, Marvin? I'm just
Yeah,
working off.
yeah,
the
our water cells came in, the treated water cells came in
Treated.
about 6.4% less than the forecast. On a percentage basis, it's pretty close. And so, it's just, when we forecast, we're using maybe about 7 months of actual data. So things obviously sometimes they didn't come in as favorable. Perhaps end of year 2018 climate perhaps changed. People conserved. But I looked at the data, I looked at the months, and we didn't lose a billing month. It wasn't anything weird in the numbers. It's just that it wasn't as high as we expected.
Okay. Other questions from board members? Okay, I have a question. On the contract, it leaves blank the amount of the issuance of the $20 million bond. And I just wanted to have someone assure me that the 20 million is simply the amount required to refinance or refund the 2011 or 20, I'm getting confused
The
now.
2011.
2011 A bonds, and that we're not doing a cash out refi in my world.
Yeah, no, it's customary to leave those numbers blank until we've actually sold the bonds.
Okay,
In a prior resolution, the board adopted a not to exceed figure for the
of 20 million.
bonds. So I'm not quite familiar what, excuse me, what you mean by a cash out.
Well, meaning we're not bonding for more than the refunding amount that's required.
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct. And we always leave some cushion in the par amounts because we might sell premium bonds, we might sell discount bonds, we might sell
Okay.
par bonds.
All
So
right.
that number is a little bit fluid.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good question.
That ends my question. Are there others? Any others?
So Robert, can you give us an estimate of the expected annual savings?
Sure, we can do it as of November 12th, which was, roughly a week ago. The savings are about 190,000 a year, which is pretty significant. We've seen, the market move in your favor, despite all the things going on in the world. So we're hopeful that the market will hold or continue to trend lower for you. So, but right now it's about where we are, about 190,000 a year, which is roughly 15.5% net present value savings. So that's in today's dollars, which is significant.
That is significant.
To put it in perspective, we usually tell clients if it's more than 3% net present value savings, you should pursue a refunding. So here you're well above that sort of industry watermark.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we can go ahead and have a motion, then we'll take public comment. Is there a motion to approve this?
If I can interject here,
Resolution.
Madam Chair, the resolution on this item would be to, or the motion, would be to adopt resolution number 2020-26, authorizing the negotiated sale of revenue bonds, authorizing the execution and delivery of a purchase contract, approving certain other matters, and authorize the interim general manager to execute the appropriate documents.
Okay,
So moved.
thank you, Scott. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Beer-Waken. We have a motion second. Do we have public comment about the refinancing of these bonds, or refunding, to use the technical term? And I see none at this point. So, Secretary, you call the roll, please.
Division 5,
Aye.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 2,
Aye.
Division 1.
Aye. Thank you. And now we will take a brief recess and come back as the NID Joint Powers Authority so that we can take up this matter as the JPA. Correct?
That's correct.
So the recess will just be, can it just be as short as a minute?
It can be as short as 10 seconds.
Take a breath, take a breath, and then exhale, and now we're back.
Okay, so we have recessed as the NID board. We shall reconvene as the Nevada Irrigation District Joint Powers Authority and take up the action that has been recommended to adopt the Joint Powers Authority Resolution 2020-02. Do we have a motion for that action?
So moved.
Okay, it's moved by, was that Director Peters? Okay,
Yes.
do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, we have a motion second, and the motion is the Joint Powers Resolution 2020-02, authorizing the negotiated sale of revenue bonds, authorizing the execution and delivery of a purchase contract, and approving certain other matters, and authorize the JPA's interim executive director, NID's interim general manager, to execute the appropriate documents. Is there any public comment about that item? Okay, seeing none, can we call the vote, please?
Division 5,
Aye.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 2,
Aye.
Division 1.
Aye. Okay, with that, we are closing the Joint Powers Authority meeting and reconvening as the Nevada Irrigation District Board of Directors regular meeting. With that, we will begin general orders. Now, Greg, because of our time constraints, are we going to take up item 6 at this point, or wait till the end of general orders?
We're going to wait. Item 6 will come at the end of general orders. We're going to start with item number 8.
Item number 8, Scotts Flat Spillway.
There you go.
To award the physical hydraulic modeling, approve task order 3 in the amount of $374,540 with HDR to perform physical hydraulic modeling for the Scotts Flat Spillway.
Great, good morning.
Is Kian there to lead us through this?
I am
We
here.
are-
Can you hear me?
There you go. Yes.
All right, excellent. Chris, can you put the presentation up?
Yes. I was looking for you. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, good morning, board staff and members of the public. We're here to talk about the Scotts Flat Spillway Physical Hydraulic Modeling Project. And if you want to go to the next slide, Chris, we'll give you just kind of a brief overview as a reminder as to what the facility looks like out there. We're talking about the lower portion of the spillway, the section that was built in the late 40s, early 50s. The spillway crest was raised in the mid 60s, and you can see that on the map here as well. Of particular concern with the hydraulic modeling today is the flip bucket under the lower plunge pool. So that's at the very bottom here. And Chris, if you want to go to the next slide. We have a few pictures of what that flip bucket actually looks like. You can see some repair work that was done in 1997, and then a recent dewatering that we did here in 2018 to inspect the flip bucket. Next slide. And so by way of a little bit more of the background here, the PMF, the probable maximum flood flow for this facility, was recently calculated to be 24,000 cubic feet a second. To put that in perspective, the record high that we've seen through the facility is about 4,500 cubic feet per second in 1997. In the event of a PMF flow, the spillway chute walls might be overtopped. The existing lower plunge pool could suffer significant damage, and leading to potential head cutting of the spillway. And so FERC and DSOD have both required a physical hydraulic model of the proposed solution out there. And Chris, if you want to go to the next slide again. You can see the proposed model area, the physical model that we're proposing be built out there. It's a 1:40 scale that will be built in the Northwest Hydraulic Consultants Hydraulic Laboratory in Vancouver, BC, Canada. And if you want to go to the next slide, Chris, we have a few pictures of what these things look like. It's a large warehouse, and so this is a significant project that they'll be building out there. And then next slide, Chris. The scope of work that we're proposing here is that the model will be designed and fabricated there by NHC. It'll be instrumented so we can see exactly what the water does out there. They'll do some initial testing, some shakedown testing. Then they'll use that model to determine exactly what the new spillway configuration should look like, and then provide witness testing and recording. Since this is up in Canada that we're proposing to have this modeling work done, we'll have to video conference the physical modeling results, which will be a challenge, but NHC has told us that they've done this before and are confident that they can make it work. And the ultimate deliverable out of this exercise will be a optimal model with the hydraulic data that's necessary for the design. Next slide, please, Chris. And so we are recommending that this project be sole sourced. The HDR team has won the design contract through a competitive bidding process. And so we want to keep them on board as we refine the design and do the hydraulic studying. It only makes sense to have the design firm along with that. And so the HDR team will bridge the model study and the actual design work. We have looked around at other options informally, and we believe that the costs are reasonable and the work scope is sound. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or ask for approval of a $374,540 task order to HDR. But if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Okay, directors? Yes, Laura Peters?
I have several questions. So this is a big task order, $375,000. What was the original contract amount?
Let me pull up my notes. The original contract was $790,883.
And when it was solicited, was it anticipated to cover all this work? It seems like it's kind of piecemealing this task order that they got it for $790K. Now they're adding this other work and that other work. It wasn't looked at comprehensively to do it the whole project in the initial solicitation?
No, the hydraulic model is an addition to this. The physical model is an addition to this. When they did the preliminary design report, the standard design for this thing is an SAF, a St. Anthony Falls spillway. When they plugged that design into the footprint here, it really didn't fit well. It's a massive structure. We're talking 50-foot concrete walls. It just didn't make any sense at all. And so we needed to come back and look at this in a whole lot more detail, and the physical model is the way to do that. We believe that by completing this physical model, we have the potential to save millions of dollars in the actual construction effort. So no, the physical model was not anticipated during the initial phase of this design.
And then how was the probable maximal flood CFS determined?
So there was a hydraulic reevaluation completed here in the last 2 or 3 years, and that's a computer model where they apply certain watershed parameters and calculate the runoff based on that.
Because it seems like the last meeting you had mentioned, I had mentioned the idea of, could we raise Scott's Flat Dam? And you said that watershed is so small that there's really no benefit. But if you're going to put 24,000 CFS when the highest it's ever been is 4,500, are you going to have to raise the dam? Are you going to have to raise that spillway up to hold all that water?
No, based on and so first of all, we need to talk about the PMF a little bit. It is it's a biblical flood sort of event. It's not a 1 in 100 year. It's not a 1 in 1,000 year. We've asked the consultants, what is the reoccurrence interval on something like that on this? And they've said nobody can really tell you what the interval is because it's so far out there, but it's a 15 to 20,000 year sort of recurrence sort of interval. And so during this event, the the lake is absolutely full. There is very, very little freeboard, but the dam does not need to be raised based on the studies that we've seen so far.
How much freeboard?
I don't have that number immediately available, but it is not very much.
And so you're saying that DSOD or FERC, who's requiring these biblical flood levels? Flood flows. What's the basis of that requirement?
That's a FERC requirement.
FERC says you have to do a biblical flood.
Yes.
And that's how they phrase it? I mean, they say 5-time factor safety, or what do they say? I mean, they say you've got to plan for a biblical flood and leave it at that?
They call it the probable maximum flood, and they have procedures to calculate that flood. And that's the procedures we followed when we did the reevaluation of the hydrology and hydraulics here recently.
And that's available on the FERC website? It seems like it should be standard across all the dams that they regulate.
Is our document available, or is there procedure for calculating?
This biblical flood requirement.
I believe so. I believe it's in their engineering guidelines where they talk about the procedure and the process and the calculations.
Because I think, 5 times factor safety, I mean, that's a lot. That's a big lot. And so I don't know, because just before you said there wasn't enough watershed area to make it worth raising that dam. But if we get 24,000 CFS in a biblical flood, maybe in a not biblical flood, there's more water than we're thinking.
That's I'm not quite sure how to respond to that. I think that we're talking an extreme flood event versus an average year. And that's the difference in the analysis here. So
Look into it. Okay.
Well, hey, Kian, so building on that point, then is that the same kind of flows that we were going to be required to design for, say, for Rollins and some of our other facilities?
yes, we look at the probable maximum flood at all of our FERC facilities.
Understood, but I mean, to Laura's point, the 24.5 CFS is enormous. Is Rollins designed for that kind of flow, or would that flow for some reason be less than Scott's Flat?
It's different than Scott's Flat, certainly, and I can't quote you on the number for that facility, but that study has been completed, and we're in pretty good shape with the PMF at the other facilities.
And so is it a rule of thumb you're using a 5-time factor of safety? You take the highest flows ever at a facility and multiply it by 5? Is that the general rule of thumb that you're using?
No, and I'm not sure where the 5 is coming from.
4,500 times 5 is 24,000.
Oh, okay. No, the 5 has nothing to do with it. This is a computerized model of the watershed where they apply a design storm and look at the runoff from that event. So they just happen to be related by a factor of 5 here. There's no rule that governs that.
Because I just can't believe FERC and DSOD would require that. I want to find out where it says that they require that high of a factor of safety.
Well, because doesn't that then relate directly to how much it's going to cost us to upgrade that dam for this huge flow, for the biblical flow?
Yeah, so obviously a higher flow, a higher cost, yes.
Right.
Yeah, I can't fathom that they would require us to do it that high. I mean, there has to be some economics involved.
Find out, I guess.
So I have a question. This is Director Beerwagen. What, Ken, not to interrupt, but maybe some historical perspective. What were the requirements in 1963 for these 2 dams? Were they the same?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Or have they upped
the design flow?
Have they upped the amount since that time?
Yes, I mean, in generally, the PMF flows have gone up over time. As more storm data is available, as the models are refined, the PMF flows have increased over time.
Ken, yeah. So this high flow, the biblical flow that Director Peters is referring to, those numbers are the numbers that Division of Dam Safety and FERC are requiring us to design the spillway to.
Yes.
And Therefore, that is a requirement, and FERC and DSOD have both said that we must do this.
Yes, yes.
And you can
And
provide us this document?
I don't see that it makes really much difference if one director wants to picket the numbers as being unreasonable. They are the numbers, and we have to do this.
I question that. I'd like to see the FERC and DSOD requirement that they say they need to do that. Can you provide the document that they say you shall design to this PMF?
Yes, we can provide the requirements.
Okay.
All right, so those documents exist. So,
Yeah.
so my comment stands.
Yeah, I don't have them on me readily available right now, but we can provide them.
Okay, I'll look forward to it.
So Ken, building on that then, is there an appeal process? Or like, hey, take another look, this has never had these kind of flows?
Probably not.
No. Once you follow the procedure, I'm not aware of any appeal process.
Okay. So I've got a couple other questions. So when we finish this contract with HDR, assuming we approve it, the end product is going to be what? This model that is being done by the Canadian group?
So for this task order, the end product will be the physical model and a design report, design guidelines. That'll be transitioned to HDR, and then HDR will finalize the design of the actual spillway. That's what the whole contract, the final deliverable is.
I see. Okay. And then give us a breakdown of what HDR is being paid versus what is NHL being paid for the model, because this is just puts it all together.
I have that. I don't know that I have it at my fingertips at this point. Dar's on the line as well, I believe. Dar, do you have that number available? And Dar, you may have to raise your hand so Chris can unmute you.
Yeah, Dar, you're unmuted. Go ahead, Dar.
Dar, we can't hear you. You may be self-muted.
Star 6, unmute himself.
Star 6?
In the meantime, will you please repeat the question?
Yeah, my question was, how is the breakdown between who's being paid what? So NHL, the modeling group in Canada is being paid X and HDR is being paid Y. And so is NHC a subcontractor of HDR? I'm just trying to understand the contractual relationship and how each party is being, paid and what the costs are.
While we're trying to get Dar on the line, are there any other questions?
Are there other questions? Right.
Yeah, yes, I have one. To reiterate, at the end of the HDR contract, do we have a design that meets this requirement that we can put out to bid, or is there additional cost for the design?
Yes, at the end of this contract, there will be a design. Well, at the end of the complete contract, I mean, this task order for the physical model is only one part of the larger contract. So when the contract is complete, we will have a design.
So I guess my question is there possibility to build on Laura's question, is there possibility for other task orders? Because these kind of seem to come at a surprise once in a while, and then when they're big, I'm not opposed to this. I think it's a great direction to go, but just lining up, will there be additional task orders necessary to finish the design?
I would like to think no, but it's certainly a possibility. I can't say 100% no.
Okay, thank you.
Dar is unmuted and I'm listening to a panelist.
Oh, great.
Dar, are you available? Dar, did you say something, Dar?
We have a hand raised by Kenny.
Kenny would be the project manager, so he would,
Maybe he's got the answer.
that's certainly possible.
Hey there, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, perfect. So this is Kenny from HDR. I'm the project manager on the HDR side. And so answering the first question, the breakdown between the NHC fee versus the HDR fee for the 374 specifically, a majority of it is to NHC. Approximately 300K is for the actual physical modeling. The 74 is for us to interpret the results of it and incorporate it into our alternatives analysis, subsequently going into design. And so the final product out of this first task is to create an alternatives analysis for NID to review and select an alternative to move forward with design. Phase 2 is going to be the actual design of the project, and phase 2 is actually included within the original 700K task order that was awarded to us. And so ultimately, this is just an add-on to that. The final product will be a final design, plans, and specifications for a contractor to bid on and move it to construction.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Looks like we have another hand raised or two. Oh, Dar and Ed Zappel.
Yes, this is Dar. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Dar.
Okay, hi. First of all, I would like to answer Director Peters' question regarding why we do it 5 times as much as our records.
Good, there's an answer.
Okay, the PMF is a standard for both DSOD and FERC. Unfortunately, even it's a biblical that has been the standard, the whole industry is going by. We may feel that it's overkill. It is just like earthquake. When we do earthquake, we gotta assume that this is also biblical, almost biblical earthquake. So this is a similarity because a failure of a dam is a major consequence to the people and property downstream. So this has been the standard for the industry almost worldwide. So this PMF was obtained based on the federal guideline and the statistical data. And back to Director Bill Wagon's question, in 1963, when it was designed, the PMF was around 18,000, 20,000 CFS. And now the standard, because we have more statistical data, and this one is NOAA. NOAA is a national, it's a federal agency that require how there's a certain guideline about how you obtain a PMF. This is not something that a consultant can make decision to do it. This one was studied by AECOM back to 2018. So there is not a whole lot of room for the consultant to decide what a PMF would be. There is a certain model to run and so on. So the increase is not a whole lot for Scotts Flat. And now Scotts Flat spillway, the issue is not about the free bore. Right now, it is like the focus, like Ken mentioned earlier, the focus is on the lower plunge pool. We still don't have problem passing 24,000 CFFs under the bridge at the crest of the spillway. It's not a problem. The problem is the lower plunge pool. And HDR consulting firm and the team, they came up with, right now, there is one solution. According to the contract, they come up with alternatives. And the most likely alternative is called SAF steering basin, which is a big flume with some teeth in the middle to dissipate the energy, to reduce the energy so that the energy doesn't damage too much to the channel downstream. So because this SAF structure is huge, 50-foot high, plus we need to provide a massive foundation to it. So we feel that, no, this is too expensive. It's going to cost a few $1 million to build this. And then our discussion internally is that we have a better way to do it by taking advantage of the existing topography. That's a basin. We want to make the basin bigger and make it stronger so that we don't need to worry about a foundation. We don't need to worry about 50-foot high flume structure. So we are planning to modify this low plunge pool and its basin. And this basin, to modify it, unfortunately, both FERC and DSOD require that we do the modeling. It sounds pretty expensive to do the modeling, but the economic return is huge.
While Dar was speaking there, I had a chance to Google the probable maximum flood. And Director Peters, for information, it's covered in Chapter 8 of the FERC engineering guidelines. And their comment is that for about the last 50 years, the PMF has received general acceptance as the design flood for dams in the United States whose failure would pose a threat to public safety. They go on to define the PMF as the flood that may be expected from the most severe combination of critical meteorological and hydrologic conditions that are reasonably possible in the drainage basin under study. The PMF is generated by the probable maximum precipitation, which is defined as theoretically the greatest depth of precipitation for a given duration that is physically possible for a given size storm area at a particular geographic location at a certain time of the year. So you can hear they're just compounding conservatism on top of conservatism, but that is the industry standard.
Okay, thank you very much, Kian. Can you send me that link to that Chapter 8 and also send me the analysis that was done to determine this 24,000? Sounds like it was left to the consultants to determine based on location and specifics that's how the 24,000 was arrived at.
Yeah, we can get you that information.
That'd be great. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kian. That was
This
really
is Ed.
It's very helpful.
Ed
Thank you,
Zapel.
Doc. That's very helpful.
I'm wondering if I can add a little bit of clarification to that FERC
Please do.
requirement and the modeling.
Ed, do you want to
So-
introduce yourself real quick? Just
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my name's Ed Zapel. I'm on the HDR team, hydraulic designer. I guess my official title is the civil and, I don't know, Kenny, what is it? Civil works and hydraulic structures lead for the company. So in this particular case, as Keen pointed out, the FERC requirements for this particular dam are that the spillway must pass the probable maximum flood event without jeopardizing the dam structure itself. You'll also read in that FERC guideline that for some dams, not an earthfill or embankment dam such as Scotts Flat, but for some dams, they don't require the full PMF to be passed through the spillway. They can allow overtopping. Here we have an embankment dam and the requirements are slightly different. You cannot allow overtopping for fear of catastrophic failure of the dam for obvious reasons. The second point is that the PMF original design, when the project was built, was only slightly less than the PMF that we're being required to design to now. So it's not that much different. I think Keen said 18 to 20,000. And now we're looking at 24,000. That's pretty common across that area of California. The reevaluation of the meteorological data suggests that that event is slightly larger than it had been 50 years ago. One point of clarification on the physical model that Dar pointed out pretty well, but I can add to that. The physical hydraulic model is used as a tool in this particular case to confirm and verify a design that can't be done with any other tool reliably for this particular application. As Dar pointed out, the point of the physical model is to try to confirm and verify a less expensive energy dissipator design for the plunge pool. We don't believe, at least in our opinion, that the standard prescribed St. Anthony Falls Stilling Basin design is necessary here. That, as Dar pointed out, that's a gigantic structure, and we don't think we need to spend the money here. The purpose of the physical modeling is to prove to DSOD and FERC that that standard prescription for design is not necessary. The hydraulic modeling results from the physical model will tell us and provide convincing evidence to FERC and DSOD that that is indeed the case. That's the purpose of the modeling. So as Dar said, it's an economic question. Sure, we could go design an SAF, which is the required prescription, but it's going to cost millions of dollars. We believe there's a better mousetrap. We believe the investment in the physical model can prove to FERC and DSOD that that less expensive option will be successful. That's the point of the physical modeling. Thanks.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank
Are there
you.
other questions? Excuse me.
Ricky, I do. Back to, just for point of clarification, this is not unlike the spillway issue at Oroville, where the problem was at the bottom of the spillway, not the ability of the spillway to handle that much water, but what happens to it at the bottom. Is that correct? And the erosion that happens after all that water gets down there. And
that is correct.
We're designing a feature to dissipate that energy at the bottom of the spillway. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Because I thought originally our problem with Scotts Flat was the whole spillway itself, not just the bottom. So this is good news that the spillway can handle that much water. It's just getting it to have less power at the bottom.
That's correct.
Can I add?
Sure, Dar, go ahead.
The spillway has other deficiency. The sidewall of the spillway chute may be too low. The water may spill over here and there. That's why the modeling cannot just model a low plunge pool. You gotta have the whole thing. If you look at the site plan, the whole thing, the model may be about 35 foot long actually in the laboratory. And so the whole thing gotta be included, and we can do modification here and there in the lab to see which way will flow better.
Good.
Yes, Nick? Unmute yourself. Nick, you're muted.
Works
There you
better
go.
if I unmute.
Yep.
I'm sorry. What I'm hearing here is that this model is clearly expensive. However, the money invested in the model may save us a ton of money down the road in a design that meets the PMF requirements with less investment. And so we potentially get all of the investment back in the end with a more efficient design. I'm also hearing that the spillway chute itself is designed for a flow that's not that much less than the PMF. So the whole geometry of the spillway may have to change a little bit, but not that much. It's mostly a question of building up the sidewalls a bit. Is that all correct?
Yes, that's correct. But the issue is beyond that. Because the spillway was built in the 1940s,
right?
The standard was bad. And it doesn't meet a requirement nowadays. So the next stage design, we need to design the improvement, either replace the existing spillway chute, or we want to repair it to have an upgrade to dig out, to install a sub-drain, install the keyway, and so on. And we are going to come to the board to review
Are there
all
other
these.
questions of the board? Okay, seeing none, we should entertain a motion, and then we'll take public comment on this item.
I'll move the issue if nobody else wants to speak
Okay.
out.
Yeah, what you're moving is to approve task order 3 in the amount of $374,540 with HDR to perform physical hydraulic modeling for Scotts Flat Spillway, and authorize the interim general manager to execute the necessary documents.
Precisely right. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Director Wilcox. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Thank you. Second by Director Beerwagon. Do we have public comment on this item? Star 9 or raise your hand, please. Okay, seeing none. Secretary, please call the vote.
Division 5,
Aye.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 2,
Aye.
Division 1.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Now, are we going to take item 11, Greg?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We're moving item 11 up to right past this last item, number 8.
Item 11, for folks who are out there, is the water planning projections, which I'm guessing most of you have been here waiting for. So thank you for your patience. And who we got up? Is that Greg?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start off. Good morning, board, staff, and public. Today we're talking about the water planning projections. The recommended action that staff is asking today is that the board receive this presentation regarding these water planning projections presented in the supply, hydrology, and demand technical memoranda, and file the associated technical memoranda. Stewarding NID's resources, managing and adapting for change, planning for our future, these ideals are at the very core to a successful, thriving, and lasting organization. For the past 100 years, NID has excelled in this endeavor. As a special district with an edict to deliver reliable water to over 100,000 people throughout our 287,000-acre service territory, it is a necessary best practice to plan ahead for future water supply and demand conditions. The projections consist of 3 documents that are intended to update and to analyze the 2070 or 50-year hydrology of NID's system, its supply characteristics, and demand projections utilizing assumed what-if scenarios. These scenarios help to assess a point in time to help ascertain today if NID's water storage and conveyance systems have the capacity and capability to provide sufficient water to meet the assumed demands over time and under variable conditions. The projections are intended to be used as one tool in NID's toolbox, to be used as a resource to help the board, staff, and stakeholders develop future planning documents. The projections are not, in and of themselves, a standalone planning document. The basis of these projections are intended to be flexible and are intended to be updated as conditions, needs, and values of the district change over time. This update is driven by changes in NID's system-wide supply and demand characteristics, both assumed forecasts and regulatory requirements, including flow directives, system losses, growth rates, carryover storage, and industry standard climate change modeling outputs. The need to update the projections has further been driven by state-required water master plans, NID's long-range voluntary planning efforts, federal license requirements, and looming climate change impacts on snowpack characteristics of the Sierra Nevada. The projections define what-if scenarios intended to be used as a reference in the development of a number of NID planning documents and other management and policy setting efforts, inclusive, also known as the Raw Water Master Plan, multi-year, 5-year capital improvement planning, annual capital project planning, annual operational budgets, strategic planning, and the agriculture and urban water management plans. Planning for the next 100 years is essential to NID's operational and financial future, ensuring that the community enjoys the same high-quality, reliable water system it has come to expect. It is important to note, management strategies, capital projects, and board policies are not derived from these projections alone or in a vacuum. Future district activities, plans, and/or policies will be addressed separately through various board-directed action with community input and with further refined and updated projection conclusions. The Hydrologic Analysis, TM, is used to understand a range of outcomes based on various climate change scenarios and to determine the effects on unimpaired runoff on NID's watersheds. The Water Supply Analysis Technical Memorandum uses the unimpaired runoff results from the hydrologic analysis to determine available water supply to NID over time and under certain conditions. The Water Demand Projection Technical Memoranda assesses future water demands on NID's water storage and delivery system, assuming trends, constraints, and needs. NID has received numerous questions from the public which have since been answered in writing and are currently uploaded for review on the website, on NID's website. In addition to these questions, NID has received a number of comments and requests from the public to amend and/or adjust the assumptions presented in the projections themselves. Many of these requests require additional levels of review and analysis, which have not been budgeted for this process. Staff believes the additional comments and requests all merit board input, deliberation, policy consideration, and direction. We have compiled all of the comments, requests, and questions in this packet for public record and for your review. Staff anticipates these comments and requests will be incorporated into the early stages of future planning processes. Staff is extremely respectful of the degree of interest and public involvement throughout this process. And staff recommends that these additional comments and requests are better discussed, answered, and addressed during future planning processes, including the Plan for Water and the Urban and the Ag Water Management Plan. The very nature of any 50-year projection is based on a variety of assumptions and are considered dynamic. The projections are anticipated to be updated with ever-changing information. The projections are intended to be used as a tool and a resource to help the board, staff, and stakeholders develop future planning documents. They are not, in and of themselves, a planning document. With that, I'd like to introduce the HDR team. I believe we have Sergio, Megan, and perhaps Shauna on the line. The HDR team gave a presentation to this board on these technical memoranda in August 26th of this year. They were on board for a question and answer session in September of this year, and they're back today to give a bit more focused presentation on the methodology and the specific assumptions that have been made in the update to the demand model, where we have seen many of the questions and comments since. So with that, if there are any particular questions to that, I would like to open it up to the presentation that HDR has for us today, and then we can entertain questions after that. So Sergio, Megan,
Yes.
with that, we'll pull up your presentation, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Greg. So as I get to next slide, I'll just say next to let folks know. So, thank you. So as Greg had mentioned, today we're going to dig into more of the development of the model and get more specific on what happened, what was changed, what went into the model, and run through some examples. As Greg did a fantastic job of summarizing, what we've done to date in the demand projection process to date is necessary for any agency to perform prudent infrastructure, water supply modeling, or planning. And this analysis was based on the existing methodology from the previous updates. It was based on the 2005 and 2011 raw water master plan updates. It was based on the past studies, as I just mentioned, also including the urban water master plan, and is consistent with standard industry assumptions for areas like rural areas surrounding NID. So what we'll go over is a brief overview again of the 2020 demand model. We'll go through a buildup of the data entry to the demand model and run through a specific example within one of the service areas. We'll show the results of the demand projections and compare those to the historical demand projections from the previous studies for the district. And we'll look at those results as a comparison to other areas in the country. Next. Okay, so this is the graphic that we showed in our first presentation, and this was a very brief overview of the model, and I'll just run through it again. In our blue box in the upper left, we have all of the data that we collect and review. So that's all of the data we need to determine what the growth trends might be. So land use, zoning, population data. We also collect all of the district's usage data, canal flows, gauge data. All of that is gathered, and we have these two tracks again, as I described the first time on the top. We analyze the growth trends, and that is land use based, and that's something we'll show a specific example in a minute. And on the bottom, we look at the actual data to determine a baseline flow or demand within the system. The model then takes that geographical based analysis and the baseline flow and develops what we call a water duty factor, or baseline acre feet per acre in these service areas, and then uses the growth trends to project that out from the baseline year. So that was the description we gave in our last presentation. So now we'll move into a little more detail. Next slide. Okay, so when we talk about geographically based, this is what you see here is our GIS model, or I guess GIS file of all of the service areas within NID. Each one of these shapes and colors represents one of the service areas. Within the GIS file, each one of these service areas has attributes, its own database. Those attributes, such as acreages, users, canals, those are pulled into the demand model. But we use the GIS in this geographical form to help us build the model and help us apply where the water usage is and what those trends might be and how to project those out. Next slide.
I have a question on those GIS areas. Who developed those different colors and what do they represent? I mean,
Right.
they're the soft service areas, but what's the distinction between a red and a green and a yellow?
There's no distinction. It's just so you can pull out the different service areas. And this is all from the last update, the 2011. We wanted to be as consistent as possible. So these are the GIS shapefiles coverages from the 2011 update. And the types of information within the GIS file would be, there's certain codes for each service area that the model can use and to cross-reference which canals, which flows go to which one of these service areas. There are the area computations and values, and there's also the district's user data that are within these different service areas. And if we go in the following slides, I kind of walk through one of the subservice areas. Right.
Okay.
Okay, so if we look, I picked the Newtown subsystem, which is in the northern part of NID. So within this Newtown subsystem, if you look at this graphic, we have 3 service areas: Leicester, Newtown 1, Newtown 2, and Newtown 3. And so again, what are the main attributes we're interested in that are within this GIS file? Well, it's the areas. So for each one of these service areas, we have the total acreage, we have an acreage for how much water or raw water is received, how much treated water is received, and if there's dual. So it's certain acres might be treated by both or served by both treated and raw water. So that is in the model.
Quick question on that. So these attributes in these areas have not been updated since the 2011. This is based from the 2011 data.
We base this directly from the 2011. That's correct. Okay. And so you can see in this table below, for each of these service areas, so has a database code. I mean, what these codes aren't necessarily important. It's just to know that service areas are coded. The gauges that correspond to the service areas are coded. And this is also that when it, within the model, the flows and the service areas can all be tied together. And you can also see these are the acreages, the baseline acreages that are the starting points for this subsystem. So this is the type of data we're taking out of GIS and bringing into the demand model. Next slide. Okay, so that was the geographic element, or if you remember the first graphic, kind of the beginning of the top path of the process. The bottom path is ultimately we want to develop a baseline flow. So what is our calibration year flow? Again, we started with the 2011 model and data, and that data was updated for this analysis. Most important, we added all of the canal data from 2013 to 2018. That was significant because those include recent dry years that we wanted to capture. That data includes the winter water estimates. Now the winter water, and this is coming directly again from the 2011 raw water master plan, the demand analysis they did at that time. So what was found at that time is that the winter water flows are not very significant in the overall picture of the demand, and they're very consistent. And so in the 2011, I believe both the 2005 and 2011, those flows, winter flows, were kept static, and we've done the same and used those same values here. And third is the environmental water, and that has changed. It's changed from the last evaluation as a result of FERC relicensing, and you can see the table on the right that shows the current environmental water requirements, and they change based on the water year type. So those are an input into the model. And for the purpose of the demand analysis, these are deemed non-recoverable. So they are they are included as a demand. So that data is updated into the model, and the model is run, and we ran the model at 2018, a calibration. And again, the methodology has not changed since the last 2011 plan, and runs a regression and gives you a calibrated year demand for flow. So what I wanted to show here is a comparison between where we're at in this evaluation and where we were at in the 2011, and also tie it back to that Newtown subsystem so we can see how it's affected that. So these numbers do not include environmental flows, simply because the environmental flows have changed since the 2011 evaluation, and so that we could compare apples to apples, it doesn't include that.
I have a question. On the winter water estimates on the data that you say Deer Creek 15,023 and Bear River 25, what's the unit on that? What's the metric? Is that CFS?
Acre feet.
Acre feet. And so if I'm reading this right, we don't know what, so you're saying that how does the water in the system relate to these flow requirements in acre feet per year? These flow requirements, are you saying, are they the environmental flow requirements?
No, the winter water estimates, that's the flow during the non-irrigation season. And those flows within the model are added essentially as a lump sum to the total demand. So those are not broken out within the NID system. And the same for the environmental water. Those numbers are acre feet per year. Those are lump sum values added to the total demand that the model develops.
Okay.
So what we show on the table on the bottom right, the 2011 evaluation was based on a 2007 calibration. And at that time, it was approximately 155,000 acre feet per year for the total district, less environmental flows. And for the Newtown subsystem, it was about 9.5 cubic feet per second irrigated season flow. So where we're at in this update, this evaluation, the model was calibrated for 2018, and that resulted in a total district demand in 2018 of 148,000 acre feet per year, and an irrigated season flow of 8.5 cubic feet per second in the Newtown subsystem. So you can see the total baseline demand and the flow in the Newtown subsystem have both dropped since the 2011 evaluation. And I mean, we can tie that directly back to the updated canal data that we added. As I said, that 2013 to 2018 included dry years, and that's going to, when the model runs its calibration and regression, that's going to drop those calibration year demands. So these are the starting points. And when I say starting point, I mean the model develops these baselines and then it projects from there. So this is the starting point essentially for the 2011 plan and the starting point for the 2020 evaluation. Next slide. Okay, so what happens with those two data sets? We had the geographic based data where we had the acreages within each of these service areas, total acres, acres receiving water, and then we update the model and the information, and the model determines what the flows are, baseline flows in each of these subsystems. And also remember that we showed early on the model will code the service areas and code the gauging stations and the canal segments in between, so the model can tie those flows to the service areas. And what the model then develops is a baseline water duty. So a water duty is how much water an acre feet is applied to or used by an acre per year. So that's the water duty. And so the model will take those baseline acreages that receive water, the baseline flows, and calculate what is our initial water duty in acre feet per acre. And I've shown again for the Newtown subsystem, for Leicester, Newtown 1, 2, and 3. These are our initial water duty values. And so now if you remember back to the first graphic where we had those two paths of the geographic evaluation and the historical data and usage evaluation, this is where those two paths converge. So now we apply the usage data to the geographic data, and that gives us our baseline water duty. Next slide. So now we get into the future demand projection. As I just described, we've come up with our baseline water duty based on the calibrated flows and the service area acreage. Just for note, on the right, you can see this is what, when we talk about these flows and when we're entering in the data, this is what this looks like. And I put these in here so you could see an example. The graph on the top, this is, you can pull this directly out of the model. This is the irrigated season hydrograph or flows in that Newtown subsystem in 2008. So that's basically, you can see it starts in April and ends in October. So those were the actual flows during 2018. And below, you can also pull what have the annual flows been in any given subsystem. So you can see starting at 92 through 2018, the period of data within the model. So that gives a representation. This is the type of data that's going in. So then what do? This has given us our baseline water duty. Now we have to give the model the information it uses to determine growth and how are these demands going to increase or change over time. It's a subjective adjustment that we based on the 2011 evaluation. There's a number of model variables. They're all user adjustable, and in following slides we'll go into that. So there were a number of data sets we used. We used the Department of Finance data. You can see the chart on the bottom left here. This is straight out of the demand TM. This is from Department of Finance and shows projected population in the 3 counties over time. But we also used a number of other sources. It should be on the next slide.
I have a question about the population demand. In this lower graph, you show Placer County, this enormous growth. Were you able to extract the Placer County component from our district and calculate that growth separately?
In the model, the way it's set up, it doesn't have those by county delineations. So we can't do that. I will say this chart here and this data in by county, we didn't look at that alone. I mean, there were a number of data sets we looked at.
Well, because the growth for instance, in the Roseville area is really, really high. The growth in the Lincoln area is probably also high, but the growth in the surrounding ag lands there is probably not as high. And so it seems really important and perhaps an oversight to not have separated out the Placer County component just within our district. I know that can be done. I'm not clear why it wasn't done. And a lot of folks asked about that, including several directors, I think.
Right. I think I may have misunderstood your question. So the model itself doesn't break out the service areas by county. Now, the growth evaluation, did we break that out did we only look at a county-wide projection? No, we did not do that, not at all. We looked at, we took a hard look at each service area and looked at the data we had for each service area. And so I think if we can go to the next slide, or it might be the one after this, I can give a little more information, this one here.
Okay.
And so, you know, again, I wanted to bring it back to that Newtown subsystem example. And so for the trends, we didn't just look at that population growth countywide. We looked at the trends that were in the 2005 and 2011 plan. We looked at the new growth trends that were prepared in the 2015 Urban Water Management Plan, but we also looked at the general plans. So this is where we had a lot more detail, not just, you know, on a gross county scale, but within the scale or within the counties. And so we took the GIS coverages from the county plans and we overlaid those on the GIS coverages for the service areas. And that's what you see here. So then we could look at specifically within a service area, you know, this is the subsystem and within the service areas, what is happening on land use and what could be expected to happen based on those general plans for growth in that area. Are there changes in so, you know, this is where we looked at it in more detail. So I just want to make it clear, we did not look at a Department of Finance population projection for a county and say, there's your growth rate. That is not what happened. We took all of that data together and tried to look at it, you know, pull out as much specific information as we could for an individual service area.
Okay. Thank you.
Did that help?
I think I'm just going to withhold until we get through the end because
Okay.
I'm not sure that I'm even asking my question properly, but let's continue, please.
Okay, next slide. Okay, so we talked about the demand model variables. What are those? Growth. So this is entered as a percent for year-over-year annual growth. It is service area canal specific. These tend to be in the model, I think they range from 0.5% to 2%. And again, these were based on the original evaluation and review of any updated data since then, like the general plans and the urban water management plan. There is saturation. And so what saturation is, say you have a service area that has an area of 100 acres, and today 50 acres receive water, that would be a 50% saturation. So that's what saturation means. And so the saturation variable is a cap of what saturation would be. So as these growth trends are applied, as the model runs through its development year on year, it will track the saturation and how it grows and cap it at this saturation level. So there is built into the model. And we've seen the model in many of these service areas does reach that cap. Loss is canal losses or distribution conveyance losses. It's based on the conveyance type and condition. We have not changed these since the 2011 report. During that evaluation, 15% was used as the standard. The starting point was consistent with the type of conveyance facilities within NID. Some of the canal or segments were adjusted based on information known, you know, site-specific conditions. Those were not changed for this evaluation. And again, the values here were based on the 2011 parameters, and it's purely subjective assessment based on the data review. One thing to note, and Greg touched on this, is that the model, all of these can be updated and changed for any service area over any time frame reasonably quickly, and the model can be rerun to look at sensitivities, or what I call bookends. What happens if we change these values in these areas to this, and run the model and see what that does within the subsystem, within the total district. So these are evaluations that can be run, and that's a tool that the district has as they move forward with their planning. Next slide. Okay, so what does that give us? I wanted to put this chart together to show what are the results of the current model in the demand TM we presented. So the far right line, that green line, this is pulled directly from that TM. I will say that this is the demand in acre feet per year. Does not include, again, environmental flows, just so we could be consistent, because we want to be apples to apples. So the other three lines here are the 2005 raw water master plan demand projection, and the 2011 raw water master plan projection, and the 2015 urban water master plan. So on the left is the 2005 projection that averaged year over year 1.3% increase in demand. Next line over is the 2011 plan that averaged about 1.3% per year increase in demand year over year. The next is the 2015 urban water management plan that averaged about 2.6%. It does have a jump between 2015 and 2020. The important thing here to notice is that with all of these, the trends are consistent. They're all consistent. The trend with each consecutive evaluation, the increase, growth, or increase in demand, the rate at which these lines go up is decreasing. And this is typically what we see if you look at a grouping of historical demand evaluations for any area or any agency. As best practices improve, is demand management, drought management improves, you begin to see the slope of these lines start to shallow.
Did you track the actual? So like from 2005, this is what was from the master plan, what was projected, but did you track what the actuals were to compare to what was projected to what was actual?
We had, for this graph, no, we did not put the actuals in here.
So we don't know if we actually hit those projected values. We have no idea what actually really happened.
Well, I can tell you based on the data I've seen, although it hasn't all been compiled to be apples to apples with this, but these projections start higher, is they typically do for these types of evaluations. There's the actual data, and in the previous slides when we went through the calibration, say when we calibrated at 2018, it's going to take all of the previous data and calibrate for a flow at 2018. And since it's looking at all of the previous data entered into the model, it's never going to be that exact value that would have been historically for each year. I mean, they just don't line up for these types of evaluations.
But that other slide showed actual decreasing and all of these increasing at a pretty high slope.
Yes, and so what goes into that is that goes back to the assumptions, and what are we going to assume for growth? And part of that is not just looking at the data that's out there, the previous plans and the general plan data, Department of Finance, but also looking at, all right, what's appropriate for industry standard and for a water agency to plan for the future, to plan for being able to maintain their ability to supply water to their customers. And so I'll say that, 1% is pretty typical for a rural area like this. That's very typical.
Question,
Yes.
growth, you're just doing populations, correct?
It was not just pure population.
Okay, the reason I ask is a lot of people in the constituencies have been asking for a shoulder season. So we've always operated as a certain entity and with a season and on and before April 15th until on or before October 15th. But at both ends, we are being asked by everybody to expand the season, a shoulder season, if you will. Our management was always based on that season and our carryover. So independent of actual growth, an expansion of our delivery would require further storage. You understand what I'm saying? Not.
I do, and it could. I mean, that was certainly not a part of this evaluation, but yeah, it could. So let's look at, so we saw this slide. We can see what are the historic demand projections look like? What do those trends look like graphically? So if we go to the next slide, we can see what does it look like in other areas of the country. So here we have San Diego and Phoenix. And so these were put together by Shanna. I believe she's on the call. And I think she put these together a few years ago. And I think these are great. And what these show are similar curves, slightly different units. These are in million gallons per day, but it's still demand over time. And it shows the same basic trend of these lines shifting out to the right. Each evaluation you do is you update the valuation, typically not connecting to, as you can see, the actual water demand, because your demand planning is certainly much different than looking at actual known water uses for a given year. The planning will be over a period of years. And it shows that the slopes tend to decrease as best practices improve. So we can see this same graphic for Phoenix. Really, I just wanted to show that, it's what we're seeing on these evaluations so far is pretty similar to what we see elsewhere. Parallel lines, shifting to the right is the updates, is the demands are updated, and generally the slopes changing and decreasing. Next slide.
How come we can do it for San Diego and these other things and we can't do it for NID's actual?
These graphs were prepared, I think, a few years ago. I'm sure we could go back and put the actuals in that first slide. That can certainly be done. And again, here's Seattle and Washington. Same type of evaluation curves, tend to be consistent in their slope, move to the right, and decrease in slope as time goes on.
Question. Do these municipalities have raw water, or is this all just treated water with their populations?
Shanna, if you're on, do you know the answer to that? She may not be on.
She's on.
Oh,
Just a moment,
okay.
we're getting her.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, these are not raw water. No, so that's a good point. And really, I think these show a few things. I mean, it shows a trend that we've seen nationwide since about the 80s, which we also have seen in the NID system, which is a decrease in the per capita usage for a number of reasons, conservation, low flow fixtures, economics, more multifamily type housing. But these also do show, still increasing in water demands over time, but also that we've gotten a little better at predicting the water demand over time as well. But
Okay.
it is it's an important distinction in the NID area, because you could certainly have an area with a flat or even decreasing population where you see an increase in that raw water demand.
And that gets back to the shoulder seasons, that increased demand of the base population.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really important factor. If that were to happen, that's not something that we looked at in terms of demand, but that would increase demand without increasing population and potentially without increasing your irrigated acreages.
Okay, we got one more slide. Closing. So just to bring it back to that first slide or the intro, demands presented are based again on an approved methodology. The model that was used for the projections and the computational engine, if we can call it that, within the model, that has not changed. The only thing that has changed is we've updated the data and reassessed conditions and assumptions. So the demand projections are definitely consistent with the historical NID projections. We wanted to make sure we put that figure together so we could see how they compare. And it's definitely right in alignment. It's consistent with industry standard assumptions for all of the variables. And it's consistent with projections as best as we could determine and present in other regions.
I have a question. Can you expand on the computational engine, what that's comprised of, and what it looks like it from the 2005 update? It says they didn't change it, the assumptions since 1985 and maybe even before then. And so what are these computational engine methodologies? What would they consist of?
Well, the 2005 evaluation used a spreadsheet, and the 2011 evaluation, the spreadsheet was converted to a database model, and the actual inner workings of the engine, we did not get into for this evaluation. What we did is rely on that methodology that was prepared in the past and was approved, and just updated the data within that to make sure that we were consistent. And so if we were to, if we're to answer the question on what exactly in detail is happening within that computational engine, that would be something we'd have to get back to you on.
It was essentially macros that were in the initial Excel spreadsheet or something, or I'm still having a hard time understanding exactly what it is that we can't quite define.
Well, I haven't seen the original spreadsheet. We received the model from the 2011 update, and that's what we use for the basis of this evaluation. Again, I think if you wanted more detail on, what exactly numerically the model is doing, we'd have to do that at a different time. That would take a lot more digging into the model, which we didn't do for this evaluation.
But as far as you know, the original model was either 1985 or previous to that.
No, the original model was 2011. Well, the evaluation was completed in 2011. That's the date of the published report.
Because the 2005 said it was based on 1985. Okay, so we don't know. We just don't know. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Sergio. Further questions by the board?
I've got just a question. In some of the comments by the public, somebody raised the issue of flooding. And in our last discussion of probable maximum flows, did any of these models deal with flooding that you looked at?
No, so the model you're probably referring to is the hydrology model. That just looked at what the unimpaired flow would be. They're not the same, they're not apples to apples versus the flooding component. Like we had mentioned before, we don't operate our facilities as the flood management tools. So when they're full, they're spilling. The probable maximum flow is a completely different set of data points and analysis that we have to go through as part of those FERC and DSOD requirements.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Yes, Director Peters? You're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so the question 10, questions 10 through 13, it says that the data was not broken out by population growth, but rather we looked at zoning within the district by parcel, not at county population growth in the NID portion of Placer County. But then question 24 says that the land use growth is from the most recent census and Department of Finance projections with any recent general plan data. And so did we, in Placer County, so we didn't only look at growth, that 400% or whatever they're proposing in the rest of Placer County? That was only a fraction of it, or how did that actually, you've mentioned it a couple times, but it just doesn't, it's not quite making sense.
I'm not sure where the 400% came from, but what Sergio was talking about before is we looked at the population growth. We didn't look specifically at Roseville's population versus Lincoln versus someone else's. We looked at the overall county growth. That was a component that was used. Then they also looked at the zoning. That's when he talked about, he went in, they looked at what's the general plans, et cetera, and then made adjustments to that. And understand that for all of these subsets, which are by and far the large component of them are individual canal systems, right? Those are our different pieces that he's talking about. We can make changes to those as we move forward. We can adjust those numbers however we want as we move forward, and that gives us a new projection, a new demand number. And as we move forward with these other documents that Greg was talking about, we'll be able to make those adjustments and have those discussions. Do we really think the new town is 1% growth? Maybe we ultimately decide it's not, and we can make adjustments to that and put that in the model. So it wasn't just taking that number.
At that point, the NID engineer would become the engineer of record and take responsibility for the model, and HDR would transfer that responsibility over to us. Is that how that works?
Well, they give us the model and then we would utilize it. It doesn't have to be an engineer that utilizes the model. In fact, most likely it wouldn't be. It would probably be somebody in the operations group that would be able to make those adjustments as we move forward.
So staff has been trained up on this model to use it now. So we're able to take it and utilize it as often as necessary as we intend to.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so my next question is, what's the difference between zero carryover and dead storage?
So dead storage is the water within the reservoirs that we cannot utilize. We can't get them out of there. So the low-level outlets, you still have a dead pool, something that you can't drain below a certain amount. That's what that is. Versus zero carryover is the component related to storage that we could utilize.
I see, because in the February 5th memo, February 5th, 2018, and this is the first I've seen that memo, Table 1 notes 2 and 3 state that 39,675 acre feet of unusable pool. So we got dead storage, unusable pool, and zero carryover. But both of the October 6th memos state that the average October 15th carryover storage minus 9,200 acre feet of dead storage. So dead storage and unusable pool, one of them says there's 39,675 acre feet of unusable pool. And the other one says there's 9,218 acre feet of dead storage. So what's the difference between the two?
And maybe HDR can jump in on this, but it maybe has to do with our, and I don't know where in that technical memo that the bigger number is, but that may also include our environmental flow and minimum pool requirements based on our FERC license, which is different than what was done before. So we have additional, not zero, we have additional minimum pool requirements that we have to meet as part of the new FERC license.
That would seem like the new memo would have a higher number, but the new memo is only 9,200, where the memo was 39,700.
Hi, this is Megan from HDR, and I think I can answer this. I'm looking something up right now, but so the difference between those two numbers is that previously there were other regulatory requirements, and I think it's at Jackson Meadows, but let me look this up real quick. We updated the carryover storage calculations, and in one of the appendices, and I would need to figure out exactly where that is, but so the dead storage is, like Doug had explained, what's below the outlets, but also that could include regulatory minimum pools that you can't go below a certain level. And so that is what is the difference, that regulatory requirement, and I believe it's in Jackson Meadows, but I can't find the reference right now, but it is somewhere in our appendices that describes the new dead storage calculations and for each individual reservoir, how that was calculated.
You're muted, Laura.
You're muted. Director Peters, please unmute yourself.
I'm sorry, there we go. Yeah, it seems like that it would have been a higher number if there's additional components subsequent, but it's a lower number, it's substantially lower number. So
right, it's because there are less requirements.
Oh, I thought these environmental requirements.
This has nothing to do with environmental flows.
Oh, okay, that was alluded to a minute ago. Okay. Well, it just doesn't make sense. We call it zero carryover, we call it dead storage, and we call it dead pool. And so it's just a lot. It's confusing. So I'll look on the appendix and maybe get back to you at a later point on that one. And the next question I have is that the 2015, and thank you for including the drought contingency plan in this document. But it says on the front page, the district has determined that 78,000 acre feet of carryover storage be the minimum amount of water that the district will endeavor to hold over from water season to water season. That's the minimum. But in these there's two October 6th memos that have different data in them, but both of them go significantly below 78,000 acre feet. And I was wondering how it seems like the one of them, the repeated average, it goes down to 8,100 in 1988, and then the repeated average goes to 52,000. I mean, there's these three memos have all different information in them. And so shouldn't we try and endeavor to follow our policy and our modeling?
Hi, Laura, this is Chip. I'm on the screen again. Wait a minute. So yes, thank you for bringing out the discrepancies. The drought contingency plan, the reference number in there, the 77,000 or 78,000 acre feet, is just a target goal, and it helps to determine when the district enacts its drought contingency plan. And that analysis was actually included in these TMs. And when you look at the 5-year drought scenario that we ran, you'll see that table looks at the drought contingency plan and implements mandatory reductions based on the drought contingency plan's targets, that target being 78,000 acre feet. In other words, if we end the year and we don't have 78,000 acre feet, we're implementing the drought contingency plan at its most severe level. So it does look at that.
Oh, because the one of the October 6th memos, I mean, there's no differentiation between these three memos of which is which, but one of them, the one that has 8,120 acre feet in 1988, it seems like you would have known at the end of the year 1987 that you were going to be dangerously low, but still there was only a stage 1 drought action implemented.
Yes, and keep in mind the drought contingency plan is updated every 5 years, so it was very, very different in the 80s. In fact, I don't even know that it existed at that time. It's a fairly recent thing that the district has developed, I think, within the last maybe 15 years. And we update it every 5 years, and we're actually due to update it again. It will be updated through the Urban Water Management Plan and Ag Water Management Plan update.
Oh, so we didn't manage it. We didn't hypothetically imagine it as if it was now. We did it as it was back then.
That's correct. Again, the model tried to update the numbers as they existed. That was the whole point. They took all the old numbers and then took the data from the 2011 updated it with the actual numbers to current.
I see, because we had zero. So we had zero carryover storage in 89 in this one memo, and there was no drought action stages. So okay. So it's that. All right.
No, I would like to clarify. This is Megan again. No, we did use the drought action stages based on the drought management plan. So it looked at what the carryover, the total supply was. In those tables, the individual supply pieces were put together, and based on the drought management plan, it says, based on, I don't know what date it is, like beginning of April, whatever the total supply is within the system, then that dictates what drought category you're in, and then you make changes accordingly.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification, Megan.
Yeah, because it goes down to zero carryover storage. And it seems like we would never allow it to go to zero carryover storage.
Well, when you have multiple drought years in a row and you're trying to be more conservative each year as you go, there's just a limited supply of water.
But we didn't model it to assume we were going to be aggressive and see what it would work out if we actually did implement the plan. We just documented what was done in the 80s.
No, I used the plan. It was based on the drought management plan.
And that with only 8,000 acre feet of carryover storage, we only were at drought action stage 1.
What table are you looking at so I can pull it up?
I'm looking at an October 6th memo. I got 3 October 6th memos, all 3 with different information in them. two of them with the same name, but with different information. So
Supply mode?
Are you talking about the water supply appendices?
it says, well, yes, I guess.
I believe you're talking about the updated memos, Megan, that were produced with the differentiation of the 5-year drought, consecutive drought. Remember, we did 2 additions.
Yep.
So I think that's where Director Peters is at.
Yeah.
Is that in the packet? Oh, yeah, here.
And who's, just an aside, it says that you were asked to prepare 2 of these memos, but all I remember was that we were asked to prepare 1 memo to show what the state requirement was. And so was the state requirement the repeated average, or was the state requirement 5 consecutive years?
So the state doesn't have a specific requirement. Those were 2 potential options that they gave in their handbook and their guidebook outline. So when we looked at the one, when you continue to read it, and I think it actually says it in here, in the document, that they say you can do it this way, or you can do it that way, or you can do it whatever you think is best for your district or your agency. So there is no specific, you have to do it this way. So we decided, because the guidebook had those 2 options as 2 possibilities, we thought it important to include both of those. Because if we only did one, the question would be, why didn't you do the other?
Laura, so I've got the table open and I'm looking at it. So in 1988, I see what you say, that the available carryover storage at the beginning of the year is 8,120 acre feet. And so if you go down that column and down below, the drought action stage is actually a stage 4. And so
after you reach that low point, you don't do it in advance.
Right.
Could you, Megan, maybe just clarify that available carryover storage, is that assessed, like you just said, in April? It is in April. And then at that point is when the drought action stage of that particular summer comes, and that's the 40% that we've reflected there. Is that right?
Correct. That's when the 40% would get implemented.
Yeah, essentially the irrigation season for 1988, we would be cutting everybody's deliveries by 40%.
Yeah.
Because we know we were hurting. We were only at 8,000 acre feet of available carryover storage. So that entire irrigation season, everybody's cut back nearly in half.
Okay. And it wasn't the way we could have anticipated that in 87 with only 87,000. Okay, I just wanted to.
That's Laura. There's historical pictures of the mud puddles back in 1975, right? The 75 through 77 drought, as Doug referred to, there was no contingency plan at that time. So it's been an evolution. We updated it in 2013. I mean, all these are just historical. You're like criticizing everybody for the way it was. There literally was not a drought contingency plan until the late 70s. And then it got instituted and it had to evolve. It continues to evolve.
Thank you, Director Miller. I understand that. I was just trying to understand how this tech memo on October 6th was structured. Now, that was the point of my questions.
Are your questions concluded, Laura?
Yeah.
Okay. Director Wilcox, did you have a comment?
Yeah. I think we're under somewhat of a time crunch here. We need to finalize these tech memos so that they can be used as the basis for the urban water management plan, which is due in April. And the consultant on that needs to have this information in hand. So I think we need to, at this point, I would make a motion that we receive and file these technical memorandums, understanding that this is a work in progress, and we need to move on from this. So that's my motion.
Okay. And do we have a second?
Well, I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's hear from the public. I think a lot of these folks have been waiting. Please raise your hand or press *9 if you want to comment on this item. Okay, I see Tracy Sheehan. And unmute yourself, Tracy, and please proceed. There you go.
Great. Good morning, everyone. Is it still morning? It's not. Good afternoon, everyone. Tracy Sheehan, Foothills Water Network. Thank you to everyone for this morning, and in particular to HDR answering questions. That was very helpful, and we really appreciate
Tracy, your audio
all
is
the
very
detail there.
distorted. Your audio is very distorted. It's hard to hear.
Okay, I'm going to move in more closely. Is that better?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. The network submitted about 15 pages of comments, and we are definitely not looking for answers today. And I understand it's going to take additional time to review our recommendations, and we look forward to working with NID in the future on that. So I'm going to give you a few comments here, but not a lot. First of all, we understand that NID needs to complete its contract with HDR and move on. So in the event that NID does not further modify or consolidate the tech memos, further analysis will be needed to inform the plan for water and the other plans that were just mentioned. We recommended this analysis that needs to be done in detail in our comment letter in October. So I'm just going to summarize a few key points here today. First off, NID's board and staff and the public need to understand how much of what the technical memos call environmental flows comes from what we've heard, I think Director Peters call runoff. So stated differently, NID or its consultants must use the ResSim model to show how much of the new FERC minimum in-stream flow requirements is met in each year by stored water. So just as a reminder, there is no water cost to NID of flow requirements that are met by uncaptured water or by water that NID releases for power generation on a discretionary basis because it knows its reservoir water cost there. There's only a water cost to NID when it must use stored water to meet required flows. So when you look back at relicensing, the flow requirements that were set in relicensing knew that much of the required flows, especially in spring, would be met in what you could call runoff. Our demand tech memo contained this essential analysis, and that is what is missing. So knowing this, an additional ResSim model is needed to evaluate the relative water supply effects of climate change, increased demand, and the new minimum in-stream flow requirements. By this as a requested model run 5. And that's basically taking the median climate change hydrology, the projected future FERC flow requirements, and most importantly, existing NID demand. So I recognize that people have asked, and Director Peters specifically have asked that the tech memos include this information, and then they're summarized in finished documents. And I also recognize the reason why you might not be able to do more work on this is due to the cost. And so I wanted to bring this part out because I think the idea of the cost and the memos and running models is more of a long-term concern. We believe it will be cost-effective for NID house capacity to run models NID here, particularly the ResSim model. So now if you consider the amount of work and implement the new license WA is doing, and I know that you're also developing a business model, so that might be considered in this business model for your license implementation. And that's about it. So we would be happy to meet members of the network, and our coalition be happy to meet with NID staff and board members to further discuss this and the technical issues we raised in our documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Okay, other comment? Again, raise your hand or *9. Last call. Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Can I ask one quick question about receive and file? So the file means that we are accepting this as a final report submitted by the engineers of record to document what this is at this point in time, and that this is their final report as defined in the business and professional code. Is that correct?
Yeah, this is the final document. The final deliverable we are receiving from HDR for this package.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, once again, Secretary, will you please call the vote? This is to receive and file this report by HDR on our water planning projections.
Division 5,
Aye.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 2,
Aye.
Division 1.
Aye. Very good. Thank you. And thank you to Megan and Dar and all of the HDR people. I can't see who all you are, but thank you. And thank you, Greg, for shepherding us through this. This was a heavy lift, I know. And thanks to the members of our community who have been so tuned into this. And, you know, there will be many other opportunities for us to use this as a tool and modify it as changes come, because they will. So thank you. Next item would be, let's see, item 9, Doty North Canal Siphon 1.
Madam President?
Yes.
Could we take a very brief break before we go to this next item?
Yes, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 12:48, 12:50, something like that. Is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
Okay, great. We will take a short recess and we'll be back to take up item 9, Doty North Canal. Thank you. Okay, it looks like we have everybody back. Yeah. Is our board secretary there?
There we go.
Okay, very good. Okay, meeting will come back into order at 12:48, and we will take up item 9, Doty North Canal, number 1, replacement project.
Yep, thank you.
Staff. Going to be Doug?
Yeah,
Hi, Doug.
yes, it will be me.
You guys are far away, so it's hard for me to see who's who there.
Just don't call me Chip.
Okay.
So I'm here today to recommend awarding a construction contract with Westcon Construction Corp. in the amount of $482,750 and authorize the interim general manager to execute the documents. You remember back in May, we brought this had a CEQA hearing where the board approved the project as well as the mitigated neg deck and the MMRPs. So we're moving forward with the construction component of that. We sent out on October 8th, we sent it out to 11 contractors. We sent out the plans and specs. As if you remember, or you may or may not remember, this was a very sensitive area in terms of cultural resources. And so we felt it important that any contractor bidding on this project be walking the site as part of that pre-construction walk. So we made that a mandatory requirement. And so on October 20th, we had 8 contractors show up for the mandatory requirement, for the mandatory pre-walk. So that left those 8 contractors at that point eligible to submit quotes to the district. On November 4th, we received 4 of those. And in that contract list there, the table below, you can see the 4 plus the engineer's estimate, with Westcon being the preferred contractor and also the lowest bid with the $482,750. Their number was a little higher than the engineer's estimate in 2 main areas. First one was the installation of the welded steel pipe. In fact, let me back up a little bit on that. An engineering committee, due to long lead times, we went ahead and pre-purchased the welded steel pipe component of this project, which is due for delivery the week after Thanksgiving. And so the 2 costs that were higher than anticipated for the contractors, part of that was cost related to the installation of that pipe, the welding requirements, et cetera. And then the other part was the ductile iron, which is the buried component of this project, was a little bit higher. So roughly $43,000, give or take, dollars from my estimate to their contractor number. So that's where the majority of that work was. As I said in here, the pre-purchase of the steel pipe, that cost us $93,307. That pipe has been manufactured and should be getting painted and then delivered to the site here shortly, like I said. So at this point, it's our recommendation that they award a construction contract with Westcon Construction Corp. in the amount of $482,750. If there's any specific questions you have regarding the project. Excuse me.
Board members?
Yes. Director Peters?
Director Peters?
Yeah, how did we decide what 11 contractors to send it to? Was it publicly noticed in any trade journals or local papers or anything?
No, this was a group of contractors that we internally put together for each project. We get together and put a list together and send them out. Because these are district funds, there's no specific requirement that we go out and do an open bid solicitation through a bidder's contractor, drawing a blank. Contractors exchange, thank you, Justin. So these are just contractors that we've used in the past. We know we can count on them to perform the work, and so that's how they get chosen.
Okay. Nick?
Yeah, I just like to say that, this project is entirely in line with work that we've been doing over the last 12 years that I've been involved in the board. We are progressively trying to update our system, make it more efficient, and to remove bottlenecks. And of course, as directors, this happens to be in Division 4, and that's really somewhat irrelevant. We have a duty to have projects move forward that are in the best interest of the district as a whole, regardless of where they're located. And this bid came in a little over the engineer's estimate, and so that sometimes happens and sometimes it doesn't, but it's certainly in line with the engineer's estimate, and therefore I would move that we award this contract. This is standard practice, and it's in the best interest of everyone in the district.
I would second that, and I would like to also point out, I agree, it's releasing a moratorium once this is constructed to people that have been waiting 20 and 30 years to receive district water will now finally be able to achieve water. So I'm 100% behind this project. I think it's a great project, and I'm glad it's finally risen up to the top.
And I would totally agree with that. And regardless of where it is, we need to act in the best interests of anyone in the district, regardless of where they're located.
Okay,
that's nice.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have public comment on this item? Chris, Director Beerwagen, you had a moment there where it looked like your hand was raised. Did you have anything to say?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah.
No, thank you. I'm ready for the vote.
Oh, okay. Well, we got to take public comment first. So last call for public comment, *9, or raise your hand, please. Okay, seeing none, we have a motion and a second to award a construction contract with Westcon Construction Company in the amount of $482,750. Secretary, please call the roll.
Division 5,
Aye.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 2,
Aye.
Division 1.
Aye. Okay, very good. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Next item is item 10. Is Dana around? This is the general manager search firm selection and recommendation by our general manager search ad hoc committee, of which Director Beerwagen and I are a part of that. And we can take questions, but I think we should hear from Jana first. And she's there. Hi, Jana.
Hi there. I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Board of Directors, the committee, the General Manager Search Committee, we've been hard at work over the past few months going through all of our options here. And we have finally come to the conclusion that we think that Bob Murray and Associates would be the best firm to work with for the search. And we'd like to present that information and have you authorize the interim general manager to execute the appropriate documents. Back, if you'll remember, on June 3rd, the board authorized the formation of the committee. We met and talked about the goals. We crafted an RFP for known public and recommended agencies, firms that recruit executives for public and water agencies, including at least one that we have used in the past. We had in that RFP was our sort of articulated what is important about the firm that would assist us with this search. And you see them broken down by percentage there. So after we did receive responses, we took a look at all of the firm's, responses, which were all in written format and addressed all of the areas where we needed assistance with. And that includes a survey. I think Director Heck can talk a bit more about that as well. But we basically lined all the firms up, the five firms, and ranked them to try to narrow it down a bit. And one of the things I also did was, as part of the process, was reach out to all the references that the firms had given to get their direct feedback on how they liked working with the firms and their success, and some of our concerns from our perspective as we, start this process. I had mostly phone conversations, which I, documented for the other committee members. Sometimes I got emails, but I spoke with general managers and HR managers at quite a lot of other agencies that all these firms had worked with. So we got, I think, a lot of feedback to go through. We were able to narrow it down to 3 firms, and we met with the principals of the firms in person or by Zoom. And we, after reviewing, all the elements, and there are a lot of elements, in selecting a firm, we felt that Bob Murray and Associates came out on top and is the firm that we think that the district should go forward with. A little bit about them, and I believe that Gary Phillips, who is one of the firm owners, is also on the phone in case you have questions. They do have 30 years of experience in recruiting public sector executive level candidates in California. They've completed over 1,000 searches, many placements in water and irrigation districts, and they estimate about a 4-month process from when they actually kick off the search to select and place a highly qualified general manager candidate.
Thank you. Well, maybe Gary, do you want to join in here in the conversation and introduce yourself? Because for other members of the board, Mr. Phillips will be interviewing each board member individually to get everyone's feedback. He will also be interviewing our management staff, and then we'll design a survey to go to the rank and file folks. So with that, Gary, I'll let you take it away.
Sure. Can everybody hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So thank you again for recommending our firm. I'm really excited about the opportunity to work with the board and with the district to help you find your next general manager. I think the important part of the process for me is to do the outreach and to do the work up front to get to know the district. And that's those individual one-on-ones with the board and meeting with staff and any other stakeholders that you folks think I should meet with up front. I want to immerse myself in understanding the district and the culture there. I think as an executive recruiter, I think one of the most important things is in finding a executive or a general manager, it's about fit, right? What's going to fit there at NID, both with the board, with the staff, and with the community. I think it's important that I understand what you guys are looking for. And so I'm looking forward to those initial kickoff meetings. We've got a long history of doing general manager recruitments for water districts. And so I think we've got a great database of candidates to target. And so I'm just looking forward and excited, and I'm open to any questions that you guys might have about the process.
Thank you, Gary. Are there questions from board members? Comments, Chris?
No. You caught me off guard.
Well, your little thing lit up, so it looked like you were wanting to say something.
Oh no, I'm fine. I've
okay.
very much recommend Gary. We were very impressed, and I think he was our best choice.
Mm-hmm. Me too. Well, seeing no other board comment, is there any comment from the public here? Star 9 or raise your hand. Okay, seeing none. I do want to make one clarification that in the staff report, it gives an amount here, but what wasn't added was that there are some fixed expenses that will bring that amount up just under 30,000, which is also on par with all the other applicants that we had. So I just, Jen, I just felt it was right that we needed to put that in here as well, because it isn't just the 23.5. There are the fixed costs. So with that, I will ask kindly and respectfully that the board take our recommendation and approve a contract to Bob Murray and Associates as the recruitment firm for the general manager position.
I'll second that.
I'll make, oh, go ahead. You got it first, Laura.
Laura's
I'll second.
Okay,
I'll second.
we got a first and a second. Thank you. Motion and a second. Thank you very much. Again, last call for public comment. Seeing none, Secretary, please call the roll.
Division 5?
I'll just say that I don't have a dog in this fight, but I'll certainly respect the recommendation of the committee, and therefore I vote aye.
Thank you.
Division 4?
Aye.
Division 3?
Aye.
Division 2?
Aye.
Division 1?
Aye. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Gary. Thanks for being on the line with us today. And we all look forward to working with you.
Thank you. My pleasure. Look forward to working with you all as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, directors.
Did somebody, Greg, was that you getting my attention?
Yeah, I hear you. We need Marvin. Marvin? No, no, he's on the phone. Yeah.
Then we have item 6.
Then we have item 6.
All right, we do have an item 6.
Yeah, we also have warrants, item number 12.
I understood. So it doesn't matter. I don't see Marvin there. Should we take up item 6, or do we need to get staff for that item first?
We have staff for item 6 right now. We can bring them in and then grab Marvin.
The warrants.
So
Okay.
let's go ahead and do number 6.
Okay, so this is was on the consent calendar for temporary service location agreement, and it mentions a screening committee. And I asked to have this item pulled because in my 3 years of being involved here, I've never heard of a variance screening committee. And I figured if I didn't know about it, a couple other folks might not know about it either. And so maybe we should just get updated as to what this is and what the particulars are. So I thank our staff for helping to educate us.
So I'll just say that it's a staff level committee, and maybe Greg can chime in on who sits on this committee. But I have heard of this committee, and it has been invoked many times over the years.
I'm sure that's true. It's just that we have 3 board members who haven't ever.
And I'm one of those.
Yeah, right. So who's the staff going to take this?
Good morning, or good afternoon now. The variance screening committee is made up of, it is a staff level committee. It's made up of someone from the operations department, someone from the engineering department, and someone from the management team. And they do review any of our variance requests, any of our canal setback variance, and they do also review the temporary service location request.
Okay.
The committee is based in our rules and regs, and it's similar to some other staff level committees that we have that just bring different business units together to discuss activities.
And so maybe just a little, maybe you don't quite understand what the variance component of it is. So we have our standard rules and regs that says you have to have at least 50% frontage of a main line, district main line, in order to receive service, to receive treated water service. But we don't necessarily want our pipelines going up and down all these tiny little roads that may only serve one parcel or maybe 2 parcels. So some of these parcels, we call them variance parcels. In other words, they don't need to have frontage directly. They've been granted a variance and can connect to the pipe down the street and then just run it up to their parcel.
Mm-hmm.
So that's part of what they look at when we look at these TCLs, or TSL, sorry, is would there be a main line in front of that parcel or not? And if it is, then it falls under this TSL program and they have to go through that component. If it's considered a variance, then they wouldn't be a TSL property and then they would just go through as a normal variance.
So are you questioning the temporary service location scenario? I mean,
No, not necessarily. I mean, I just wanted some basic information because I had never heard of this and I figured there was a number of us that had not. But what are they, how do you decide? What are the conditions to decide whether to approve a variance or not? I mean, this is just education really, but I'm not opposed to it. I just want to understand it.
So it's some of it can be a gut call, right, between operations and engineering as to whether we really think or feel that a pipeline should run to a certain location. Because in our particular rural areas, you know, you have a lot of parcels that may just be 1 or 2 parcels up some little gravel road, where it's more straightforward for us to decide, yeah, that doesn't make sense to have a pipeline go up there, and then district having to maintain and operate a pipeline, et cetera. Sometimes it's a little more questionable. Maybe it's a private road, but there may be 5 or 6 or 7 parcels, or maybe it's a location where we need to see a main line run through there to tie into a pipeline on another location, another street, to be able to get some circulation in our system, et cetera. So each time one of these comes in, then Shannon puts those together, and then we sit down and take a look, and then that's when we decide if we should or shouldn't.
Okay, so and the parcel in question here is on Blitz Lane. And so there's, you know, there's a few other parcels around it. So that made me think, well, you know, would this be a candidate for bringing other people in on the water line to serve Blitz Lane?
that's exactly why it's a TSL and not a variance. So when NID requires a water line to go down a particular road, and that property should be getting proper frontage and having that meter set right in front of their house on Blitz Lane. But in lieu of requiring that property owner to do a water line extension, and in this particular case, it'd be 500 feet or more, we allow them with approval to temporarily locate their meter on an existing water line, which in this case happens to be on Sleeping Child Lane.
Got it. Okay.
So that's why the variance screening committee reviews the scenario for those logistics, but that makes this particular scenario a temporary service location, not a variance, because we do want to see a water line go down Blitz Lane to serve all of those other parcels.
Oh, okay. Well, that also answers my question. I appreciate that. Yes, Nick?
Yeah, and so part of the TSL is that they pay for their fair share of the pipeline that's going to go in front of their property. So then we take that money and hold it to be able to build that pipeline in the future.
Okay. And then,
so when this pipeline is built initially, the piping is sized for the one parcel only, or do you upsize it so that maybe at a later time it could become a district finance water line extension or something like that?
No, so it's a private pipeline. So the meters sit down at the street. So if they run a 1 inch or a 2 inch or whatever they need to get up there, that's on them. They're not trying to design that for our future or to our standards.
So if a group of neighbors get together later and they see this one parcel getting NID water and say, "Oh, that's a great idea. Let's do a district finance water line extension." Then you have to design the whole thing to a higher standard and provide fire flows, et cetera, et cetera. So that requires a whole new pipeline.
Correct, absolutely. And then we would take the money contributed by the one parcel would be put towards the cost of that pipeline being built by the rest.
Got it.
So another question, I'm sorry guys, but so the folks on Blitz Lane are going to obtain an easement from the property owner that's between them and Sleeping Child? Is that how that's going to work? And then
the property owner, are you talking about the property owner that's getting the treated water service, Hubbard.
Yeah, Hubbard.
Yes, they need to make sure that they have the rights to cross the property in between them and Sleeping Child.
Okay. And then who does the trenching to run the line over?
They do.
They do.
The only thing that NID is doing is installing a meter on Sleeping Child Lane.
Okay. And so then my last question is then just on insurance. I looked at this agreement and I didn't see, and maybe it's in here, but I didn't see a requirement for the Blitz Lane or the Hubbard parcel to provide insurance, naming NID as an additional insured for the work that they do. Because what if they, I don't know, something happens and the front parcel gets damaged? I mean, do we have a requirement for them to do insurance?
No, our point of delivery ends at the meter. And so we're not involved with any of the work. That's considered private plumbing from the backside of the meter onto the property.
Okay.
We do actually have a water service agreement for parcels not fronting a water line. So the Hubbards are required to sign that agreement, and they're basically holding NID harmless, and they're accepting the liability and making the claim that they do have the rights to install that private plumbing from the point of delivery to their parcel.
Oh, good. Okay.
Shannon, do you require that the intervening parcel give the easement prior to granting the variance or the temporary water line extension?
The intervening parcel, the parcel that they're crossing with their plumbing?
Yeah.
No, that's between the two property owners. We don't get involved between them.
Okay, so whether or not they actually build this pipeline is dependent on whether or not they're successful in obtaining an easement across the intervening parcel.
Yes.
So that's
So one of the
problem.
requirements is for them to sign the agreement that they have the rights to do that.
Before we do the work.
Before we install the meter.
Before you install the meter. Okay.
Well, with that, I would move that we approve an agreement for a TSL with Hubbard as recommended by the Variance Screening Committee.
I'll second that, but I also have a question on Exhibit B.
Yes.
There's not really a legend on here, but it shows, I'm assuming the dark line on Exhibit B is all 8-inch water line. Is that a correct assumption?
I do believe so.
And then at the end of, there's a road that goes down. If you were to access Blitz Lane, maybe that is Blitz Lane. There's a shaded line that passes on the other frontage. Is that just the proposed extent of the line, or what is that shaded?
So the shaded line in front of Blitz Lane is the roadway.
Okay, that's not the proposed future or anything. It just
No.
Okay. Okay.
I have another question. In general, what's driving this? Is that wells in the area that are not performing or underperforming?
They did not indicate what the reason for requesting treated water services.
Okay, just curious.
And how far down? Do we go all the way down to Mary Knoll? I thought that the Placer County Water Agency had a tank on Mary Knoll.
Yeah, no, Mary Knoll is actually outside of our district boundaries.
So where does the boundary end and beyond?
Just north of that. So Sleeping Child is the road that comes south and hooks around to the east, and it dead ends right there. And so actually the next property over to the east, or to the west, to the east would be outside district boundaries.
Huh. Okay.
Huh. So really, how many parcels could actually add on with this particular parcel for a treated service line? I see maybe just only 3 more parcels, or?
Well, there's a cluster of parcels at the end of Blitz Lane. Those are all in NID territory.
Okay, so the southern boundary, those squares. So the hook at the bottom of the hook, those 2 large rectangular parcels, are they in or out?
Those are inside.
So that bottom line where that goes to the east is the
It's
bottom.
just barely the last 2 or 3 parcels on that bottom of that page that are outside district.
Okay.
Okay.
Huh, that's interesting. Okay.
Okay, well, we have a motion and a second. Do we have either any questions from the board or comments from public on this item? Public, *9 or raise your hand if you want to comment about this item for the water service agreement. Okay, seeing none, Secretary, will you call the roll?
Division 5,
Aye.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 2,
Aye.
Division 1.
Aye. Okay, next item, approving of the warrants. Are there questions for Marvin on the warrants? Seeing none, or did you
get with them later?
say what? I didn't hear you.
I have some questions, but I'll get with them later.
We'll get with them later. Okay, are there any other questions from other board members? Do we have a motion to move the warrants?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, it looks like we got a motion from Director Beerwagon. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, a second from Director Peters. Is there any comment from the public on the warrants? *9 or raise your hand. Seeing none, Secretary, please call the roll.
Division 5,
Aye.
Division 4,
Aye.
Division 3,
Aye.
Division 2,
Aye.
Division 1.
Aye. Okay, interim general managers report. Greg.
Good afternoon, board. You have received a PDF this morning of the update. I'll go ahead and run through it for us really quickly. Ask questions if you have any. Precipitation reports uploaded onto the NID website. Carryover storage has dropped now below our 100% level that we've been holding at or kind of inching towards in the last month or so. We're feeling it's due to the high demand for fall and winter water lately. We spoke about that the other week. Precipitation is below average, but we have received approximately a couple inches of rain overnight. This is going to bring us up a little bit. As we state, still a little too early to tell, but it was nice to have the rain, and it's beautiful out right now, so we're really happy for it. Conservation for the month of October pretty much held at 11% above the 2013 baseline. So not exactly great, but we're still seeing, really a hot and dry October. We started our annual flushing program. You saw that press release that went out yesterday or the day before, so that's happening around the territory. Regarding our watershed, as of last weekend, we've been in touch. Our watershed group, NASA and crew, have been in touch with the University of California, Santa Barbara Bren School of Environmental Science, and we had about maybe 15 students plus an associate professor up last weekend to do a review of their Sustainable Water Market Fellows program. They came up to do a three-day field study focused on the Sierra Nevada watersheds and sort of looking at forest health, prescribed burns, how water managers handle unprecedented wildfires in the area, what we're doing to mitigate it, what we're planning for, and how we're operating within it. So NASA spent the time with them as well as one of our other staff for a few days. I was able to meet with them on Saturday morning last week, and it was nice and chilly. At Scotts Flat, they camped for a few days in Campground 1, and so they were very excited about being here and learning about NID's operations. It's a great partnership and a great relationship that we're bringing and kind of blossoming with the Bren School, who's really one of the leaders in the country on environmental science and forest management. We have recently been in contact lately with the Institute of Biodiversity and the Environment at William Jessup University, which is down in the Sacramento area. And we're exploring opportunities for those students to engage in field work and research within the district as well. Not exactly sure of the scope at the moment, but just want to let you know there's some interesting discussion going on with that organization who reached out to us, and we're thrilled to be talking to them and seeing what we can do and help their students and maybe in turn help us a little bit. We are engaging in January in a couple months, starting our $145,000 CAL FIRE CFIP grant program at Rollins. We're going to be treating 103 acres at Orchard Springs and Long Ravine. This is a picture of the aftermath of the Jones Fire 2020. So this was really for the UCSB Bren School. They did a tour there, started to look at sort of aftermath of these catastrophic fires. This wasn't as catastrophic as something like Paradise, but still, we went and they took a look and had some study opportunities there. Last week was crazy. We had over six emergency pipeline repairs, which we still don't really know exactly why. They were not in any concentrated area. They were all over the board and of all different sizes and of all different, years. So it really wasn't really unprecedented. Our operations team, our maintenance staff worked their heinies off over the week. And I really, really want to shout out to that crew, all our crews, in putting these they're not fires, they're water breaks out. And then of course it capped off Sunday with another break, but the big kahuna was right there on Dorsey Drive, which was roughly a 16-inch main, transmission pressurized main that did quite a bit of damage. And our crews got there at 7:30 in the morning. It happened about 7. They got it buttoned up and repaired by about 10:30 at night on Friday. Just a monumental effort. This was a huge project. There was PG&E gas line in there. We had Caltrans because it was right next to the the Dorsey Drive overpass. Emergency response to Caltrans was right on it. We reached out. OES came and helped out, but all of that said, it was managed. Our crews did an excellent job, from supervisors to seniors down to our staff level, and they just put it together, buttoned it up, and by 10:30 that night, the water was flowing back to the community that was out for some time. In the meantime, our operations staff, while maintenance was busy toiling 6 feet under the pavement, our operations staff was linking a couple different fire hydrants together in order to get some minimum water flows to some of these apartment complexes just on the south side of the highway, Highway 20 there. But by midnight that night, they were mostly up and running and full pressurized. So kudos to the crew. They all deserve all of our thanks. At the hydro level, the Zurich, our new insurance group came out, and they're out now. They came yesterday. They're doing a 3-day tour of a number of powerhouses. They went to Bowman yesterday. I believe they're down at Dutch Flat and working their way down to Chicago Park and Combi. But this is sort of similar to what happened a month ago with Gladfelter came out to inspect and take a look at our water treatment plants. And we feel very comfortable with the insurance carriers. They saw us on paper. Now this is just their opportunity to see us in person. So we're hopeful for these meetings and looking forward to their responses at the end of this. And so it's good to shake elbows with them, and glad they came out. The CAFR is now posted to the website. Finance crew is beginning to close out 2020, and we'll put that to bed and behind us, and we'll look forward to 2021. Regarding COVID, of course, we're on Placer and Nevada counties have turned purple. This was the big reason why the 5 of you are not here in person today. So I really thank you for agreeing to make this change, and thanks to staff and Chris and our IT for kind of running and making sure that we could do this today. We are working and actively engaging in, and we're just updating and constantly readjusting our pandemic response planning. It includes our incident command, continuity of operations, everything from communications on our laptops connected into our servers to voice over IP phone systems and connecting remotely to cell phones. Obviously, it's workplace safety, mitigation measures that we've installed and bringing staff all forward, wearing masks, cleaning workspaces. We have our safety. We've been having an increased cleaning of all of our office facilities since the COVID response began. So we're feeling very comfortable there. And of course, our internal and external communications with not only our staff and understanding what's going on. We can have some delayed responses, but we're trying as best we can to keep updated to our staff, but also our community and our government partners as well. Up in the recreation division, obviously, well, not obviously, but thankful for some snow up there. So Jackson Meadows upper division is all closed. Interestingly enough, we didn't open the rec in any real shape or form this year until really early July. So right before the 4th, July 3rd, and closed November 3rd. So we had a truncated recreation season, but yet we earned more this season than we had in the past. Roughly $13,000 more in revenue than we did last year. So it just goes to show you that our people were in high demand of recreation, getting outdoors, enjoying the beautiful places that we call home here in Nevada County, and so we're happy for that. Just we're talking with different rec users and rec administrators and managers in the area, Tahoe, as well as on the Yuba and in the Placer County, really kind of trying to do a crystal ball on what 2021 is going to look like for COVID. We just don't know, but we're going to plan for anything and be ready for it. That concludes my update. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Are there questions for Greg, or should we jump right into Board of Director items and reports? Seeing no questions for Greg, let's start with director's reports. So let's start with Director Wilcox. Is this your last meeting, Nick? Is this?
It indeed is.
That's what I thought. Well, once again, my thanks. Is there anything you want to report?
I have nothing to report,
Okay.
other than we're starting to muck out stuff and planning to get the fuck out of this county.
Okay. Okay. Director Beerwagen?
Pardon my French.
Director Beerwagen?
No report, except I'm quarantined pending a COVID test that's been delayed twice, so I'm stuck at home.
Okay, nice. Director Peters?
Yes, thanks. On October 29th, I attended the South Sutter Water District Board meeting, and I spoke with them about the potential to collaborate on work in the Auburn Ravine. And they were very receptive, and as always, they send their well wishes to the board. And then on the same afternoon, on the 29th, I participated in a meet and greet with Dr. Michael McGran, as the interim general manager mentioned. He's the chair of the Institute for Biodiversity and the Environment at William Jessup, and they're very interested in the Auburn Ravine as well as other aspects of our division, and being able to, he's starting up a new institute. And so he's trying to find research projects, and since NID is right in their backyard and very accessible, and so I encourage them to reach out to staff. And so I'm happy to hear that Greg met with them. That's good. And then November 2nd, I attended the first Lincoln Municipal Advisory Committee meeting in a very long time. I imagine those are going to be off again, but the meeting was consisted of report outs and discussions on how to structure the meeting moving forward. This COVID is really having impact on how we're meeting, as you well know, and so they're trying to get input on if they can revise the meetings. Then on November 4th, I attended the CABI JPA quarterly meeting. The primary topic was a discussion about dissolving the JPA by spring. And so it was a very interesting conversation, and it looks like that's moving forward. They're targeting next spring to dissolve that JPA. And then on November 12th, I attended the West Placer Groundwater Sustainability Agency Zoom meeting. They released the first 5 chapters of that groundwater sustainability plan, and they discussed the different chapters. And apparently the cooperating agencies, of whom we're one of them, do meet monthly, staff meet monthly to review the information, and the public will be informed as subsequent chapters are developed. And so it was a busy month.
Oh, it sounds like it. Hey, Director Miller, did you want to make a director's report?
Well, just a thank you to NID for 2 decades of excellence. Very strange year anytime the Dodgers win the World Series. And I would tip my hat to my opponent in the recent election. I guess you all saw I won in Placer by about 250 votes and lost in Nevada by about 700. But I was totally inundated with COVID. We've been just amazingly busy, and I do apologize how that had invaded my participation at NID. COVID's not going away, so it's kind of nice to have some time back. But again, all my love to NID, and tip of the hat to my opponent. And life will move on.
Thank you. You'll get some time back, sounds like. And my report is I have very little to report. I had a death in my family, my father, and it's been very hard and very time consuming. And I'm looking forward to a better 2021, I'll tell you. I bet we all are. Yeah. Okay. Well, with that said, is there any public comment on items to be considered in our closed session that's coming up? We will take public comment for this one item to be heard in closed session. Okay, seeing none, we will recess this meeting and head back into closed session. Thank you, everyone.
And we're going to put you all on hold as far as the Zoom link goes. Might make it a little easier coming back in. You'll just need to call the other number, which was just emailed to all of you again.
Oh, thank you.
It's a different number than our earlier closed session. Thank you.
Okay, so yes, we are supposed to call in, or we just hang out here?
Yes, call in. But
yes, call in. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Gosh, we're in a downpour at my place here.
I'm closing the closed session and opening up open session. Dustin, do you want to report out?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It is 1:46 p.m. Concerning the one remaining item of closed session, a motion was made by Director Wilcox, seconded by Director Beerwagon, and unanimously carried to reject the claim of Foxtail Drive, Nevada County.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we shall adjourn until, was it December 9th? Is that our next meeting?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
December 9th.
Happy Thanksgiving.
And the new
Happy
board
Thanksgiving.
is seated, and happy Thanksgiving, if anybody's still doing that. All right,
My wife.
bye everyone.